back with Mystery of the Malign. I am excited. Uh, Again, apologies for all of the confusion this week and the stream being very last minute, but I just felt, I have nothing else to do tonight. I want to play some Mystery of the Malign. Right. So, last time, I do want to mention that I have found out that apparently, when the security guards switched over, something else happened. Basically, janitor Mr. Shanks went home, and there's like 2 pieces of evidence that are technically locked behind him. But I'm just gonna keep going for it and see if I can't figure it out anyway. I can start over if it turns out that I've completely screwed myself. I hope that's not the case, though, because otherwise, I've been really enjoying this game so far. Alright. Hey, dog, I'm here. It's groovy. I'm glad you're eating up my work hours. Om nom nom goes the snake. Om nom 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 nom. But yeah. Good to see you again, Base. Alrighty. Now, where were we? It's been a minute. So, let's review the evidence. We have 2 big mysteries. Assault in the night and an exhibit come to life. We have the details of the incident. Something was waiting for Shelley at the museum. Nothing pursued Shelley as she fled. And the pieces of cotton indicate another human might have been involved. We have, does Shelley's alleged attacker have a reason to remain near or keep away from the museum premises? Remain near, supported by the documents on Shelley. Was coming to the Goddard Museum Shelley's own intention or idea, supported by the documents on Shelley and the chiseled basin, which we're pretty sure is like a mind control artifact. The missing persons posters and the bloody ropes suggest that this is part of a larger series of events, notably a larger series of kidnappings and possible murders. We still are not sure about whether Shelley's alleged attacker had a human form and mind. I suspect so, but I don't know exactly what evidence points to it. So that'll be one of the things that we're looking into. We know that Shelley Clarkson was, of course, directly involved. Joseph Hess, we suspect, was a witness, and we know that Dominic Cavershaw was also present at the museum. Also, we have some artifacts of interest noted down. The chiseled basin being an instrument. Durkian figures, engraved shield, and Vedan talisman all have notable external effects. The Thelyssite jewelry is emissive only, and the ceremonial dagger, and I suspect the Durkian mask, are enhancer artifacts. Then, we have an exhibit come to life. We don't know much about this. We are figuring out where everyone was at the time. unfortunately, as it turns out, Mr. Shanks would have been somewhere around here. But he went home. We missed him. Which does worry me, because I think he's actually our best bet for a culprit. Anywho. I believe we also, at the very end of the last session, accessed a number of these rooms. Sorry, I've got some tea here. So we have, at this point, a bit of a guide to these things right here. Okay. Fragile and easily susceptible to damage and erosion when handled. Considered rare or valuable. Unpleasant effects when observed is TI 221. Sensitive to environmental conditions. Safe to handle, but report any irregularities. Okay. So the important ones are that TI 221 dark blue is unpleasant effects. So that's psychoactive at least. And TH 331, that's probably unstable. If I can't use that information to work on this right here. Psychoaffective and unstable. Okay. So we also have salmon, light green, or I guess, what is that color? I guess, yeah, salmon, green, or red and green, and purple. Salmon is fragile. Green is valuable. You're playing a game with creepy occult stuff in a library. How out of character. Listen, this is literally my wheelhouse. I'm an archaeologist. Do you know how many weird supernatural artifacts I have to deal with on a daily basis? Really, the hardest part about this is figuring out some other museum's classification system. 2. I'm not entirely certain what you're implying, but if you are implying what I think I'm implying, those aren't exactly supernatural. They're very natural. Okay, so salmon is fragile. Green is rare or valuable. That was just a... Oh, I see. But no, it's a lot. There's lots of things that come in pairs. There are. Sniles Sneetly. And purple is sensitive to environmental conditions. I'm thinking these two are inert. Let me check my own artifact classifications. Okay. No, okay. I'm getting some of these wrong. 331 would be sensitive and not unstable, and 308 would probably be inert. So yeah, those classifications... Wait, no. This one is also... one is CA11. So CA11 basically means that it's something fragile, for whatever reason. That's inert. It has nothing to do with its properties. 451 is for things that are valuable and need to be closely guarded, usually involving gemstones or such things. And 308 are things that are sensitive to the environment. 221 has effects that effectively it affects people's minds. So that's psychoaffective. And 331 is sensitive, which means probably safe, but let them know if something goes weird immediately. That leaves TI-96 and SC-346 unknown. So that's something that we can focus pretty heavily on. This is why you shouldn't learn the Dewey Decimal System. It will literally break your mind. Of note, CA11 is the one that is fragile. So it makes sense that that should not be handled or studied without prior clearance, because you don't want them breaking shit. 221 is the psychoaffective one, so that's probably why that one's notable. But TI-96 is the third interesting one. Apparently, for whatever reason, those should not be handled or studied without prior clearance. Alright, let's see here. So, for example, the Thelyssite jewelry is TH331. That's insensitive. And if I remember correctly... that's over here. Similar jewelry with a connection to the occult before. we noted that as emissive only. In the journal. And that is correct. Sensitive things also fall under emissive, it seems. We may end up changing that, but yeah, actually, I'm gonna change this one to emissive. Because the implication, right, is that if you notice anything weird about them, tell someone, but otherwise they're fine. That says to me that they're probably not known to be sensitive. But if you see one of them being sensitive, then yeah, let someone know. Right, okay. So we're trying to figure out SC346 and TI-96. And TI-96 is another one that should not be handled without prior clearance. So looking at it. Eldritch Dewey Decimal, yeah. Yeah, looking at the things that are listed as CA11, which is the fragile one, we're seeing shit like ceramic bowls and arrowheads and effigies. These are all things that I can believe are pretty well just fragile, with nothing else to it. Okay. So, let's start with, I think it was TI-96. Yeah, TI-96, the green one. That's the other special one. Chalice Early Westrish. Okay. So we know where that one is. That one's actually not on display. It's right here. It's bronze chalice. Its style and form seem familiar. Which is... What information did we have about that chalice? Showed signs of magnetism when rubbed with Belzer paper, whatever that is, according to Whistler. Important to Cavershaw, early Westrish. Don't touch, apparently not good for the skin. It's made of bronze. Bronze only apparently indicates no manual function. Which means it's probably not an instrument unless there's something in it other than bronze. See if we can get anything... I forget. See if we can get anything from Cavershaw about the chalice. There isn't much that can be said about that chalice. But why is it displayed like that? It could have just as well been placed in storage or in the halls with everything else. Something was needed to complete that cabinet, and it seemed the best fit. That's about all. Ever watch the Venture Bros? I do agree with Brock Sampson about the urge to put out Edgar Allan Poe in a headlock. I have never watched Venture Bros. I don't really know even what it's about. I know there's some guy named Brock, and that's about all I know, actually. Bad absurdist humor with superheroes. Got it. Alright, Mrs. Mays. Very Dear Museum's curator. It's early Westerish. Nothing unusual about it. But don't touch it. Right, she was the one who said that. These walls aren't right. What's this about now? Of all the times you could have picked. No, really. I don't know. It just seems odd when you think there would be a room somewhere, but there's no doors. When you think there would be a room somewhere, but there's no doors. Interesting. I'm gonna write that down. Write that down. Okay. What else can we cross-reference that is TI-96 besides the chalice? Carved stone lantern, Kratom. That's the only other thing that's TI-96. On this more recent one. Carved stone lantern. Is that this? Yes, okay. Made of granite. And it's marked as TI-96. What does the book say about granite? Started as a parody of Johnny Quest, but then just sort of became its own weird thing. Is Johnny Quest just a parody of the Bible? I am so lost right now. I've not seen Johnny Quest at all. Sorry. Don't think we're talking about the same thing. I know of Johnny Quest. Don't know much about it. But I know it's something that my dad once told me about, and that he's familiar with. I believe that he talked about it in reference to the title of Johnny Test being a reference to Johnny Quest, but Johnny Test is a completely different thing. That's that terrible, terrible cartoon that overuses the whip crack. Okay, so it looks like... Granite doesn't tell us anything one way or another. At least not there. Let me see if granite is mentioned here. Animal motif plus granite, pine, or copper equals lesser object of power. Okay. That's something. This is definitely a animal motif. This is a lion's head. And it's made entirely of granite, so this must be a lesser object of power. Whatever the hell that means. Objects of power are enhancer artifacts which increase the strength of abilities, flame holders, horns, infused stones. Okay. I'm thinking that the green, the TI-96, that's probably for enhancer artifacts. This is giving me control vibes. Kinda, yeah. So, for context, Copper, this all started with us trying to figure out a very simple mystery of woman gets attacked outside museum grounds late at night, and we're trying to figure out, like, what happened. Then something seems, I say seems because I doubt that this is actually how it happened. Something seems to have broken out of the inside of a sarcophagus in the museum while we were already investigating the museum for the first thing, so now that's been added. So, we've got two mysteries going on. One of what happened last night, and one of what happened just half an hour ago. And it all has to do with some sort of supernatural bullshit going on. We are a detective agency that apparently is really into this sort of supernatural bullshit. Basically, we deal with all sorts of stuff like that. What I'm thinking right now, there's a lot of things that are potentially relevant creatures here. Right now, there's a couple things I have my eyes on. First off, mind reaches are almost certainly here. These are humans with psychic aptitude that seek out artifacts in order to do anything. They arrange ritual artifacts, especially psychoaffective in some places, as a way to enable them to ensnare and mentally enslave persons who come near. Working in a museum would be a perfect place for a mind reach, and I even have my own some suspicions as to who it might be, because someone here is being a little bit shady, I think. But I'm not certain yet. Another thing that I think is going on is we've got this Vide Incarnate, which is a Traufa Vide. Humans that prolong their lives through ritual practices involving the consumption of human meat as a way to absorb the vitality therein. They're cannibal vampires, basically. And they're associated with Veden occultist teachings, which are a thing elsewhere. I feel like I asked this last time. Procedurally generated? Nope, it's the same each time. This is a very, like, you solve the mystery and then it's done, which is why I'm really hoping that the creators will make more things set in this universe, because it's a lot of fun. So yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a Vide Incarnate around, and I'm also pretty sure who that one is. I think it's the janitor, Mr. Shanks. And then there's a transgressor ghost that I think might be involved. Or no, was it not the transgressor ghost? Hold on. Right, no. Revenants and Curses. Setting aside the general types of curses, blah blah blah. Curses that pertain to the trapping and enslaving of souls, typically within their own deceased bodies, making it possible for the deceased body to be reanimated in a limited manner when the spectral remnant that lies dormant is reactivated. A dormant corpse will weakly but notably display the same distinct effects as any other spectral entity. Curses are most commonly sealed through the use of an attached curse seal, clay or lime, or inscribed words of binding. Breaking a seal will reanimate the trapped consciousness, creating a pungent odor. So, apparently involved with that initial attack on the young lady was this item right here. A broken stone disc with a little centerpiece that has blood in it. I think that this is some sort of curse seal. Achillean origin, made of soapstone, felt warm all the time, blood in the middle. So yeah, that's what I think is going on so far. And also probably, okay. Chalice is TI-96. This is the older one, so I'm looking to see if it might have some stuff that isn't on the newer museum inventory sheet. Card figurines Durkian. That's not on the new sheet. Oh, I know, yes it is. Okay. So those are also a thing. Let's look over those again. Must have just missed it the first time. Those are up here. Okay, SC346 is protected heritage. I'll have to check that out, but this is another big hint. TH311, explanation makes no sense, there's nothing about these. That's probably the emissive ones. Okay, here are the Durkian figurines that apparently have unnatural properties. Worn constantly with some heat source, possibly leaving heat on surroundings, possibly transmissive from the Second Durkian Empire. Okay. I think I might have this. I'd love to work as a magic curator. It would be really cool, but the magic curator here is apparently an asshole. Possibly a monster. Okay. No, apparently this is not correct. Oh! Okay, it's transmissive. Alright, why would it be transmissive? Types of properties. Transmissive. Emissive properties while also leaving energy or element traces of itself upon its surroundings and objects it comes into contact with. So the Durkian figurines put off heat. That lantern, the carved stone lantern, we don't know what it does, but apparently it is transmissive. And we know that the chalice gives off magnetic energy when rubbed with Belzer paper, whatever that is. TH331 is emissive. This is a case where Hess there is complaining that the explanation for what they are makes no sense. He probably doesn't know how to measure for emissions. And he's just been told, like, this specific category of artifacts is different from the others, but not in any way you can measure. Just tell us if something weird happens. And he's like, what the fuck? SC346 is protected heritage. Let me check what that is. So, SC346, inscribed tablet Lundasian, blades Haimling, coins Thelyssite, jewelry in Insulandian Kingdom, ceramic vase Haimling. It's probably time to read up on some of these cultures. Hold on, let's go with this handbook. Let's go through one by one. Kherson heritage. It's true that we come from the Westerish, but it's impossible to speak of the cultural history of Insulain without talking about the Kherson peoples, although much of the brutish history saw them raiding and facing off against the Westerish and the Haimlings in the centuries before the kingdom of Insulain was formed. Remains of Kherson settlements have been found all across the western and southeastern seaboards, some as far north as Uleport. Groups with distinct ways of life in places like the remote corners of Istrinich very well may trace their cultural roots to the Khersons. The Walastrian cultural memory has largely been erased with the decimation of the peoples themselves, but through records and accounts from the historical cultures that had contact with this group, a partial picture of their way of life has been reconstructed. It is highly possible that the wooden masks associated with this culture share a similar ritual role as they did in many other cultures. This significance in ritual customs has a relation to the sunrise and sunset as a time for spiritual honoring. The Walastrians had their day-to-day governed by a multitude of these backwards beliefs. Of course, the local shamans played a key role in this, as they were the ones performing many of these daily rituals. Okay, this book's a little bit opinionated. What do you mean, backwards beliefs? Oh. Because everyone knows about the exquisite whalebone combs that the Thelyscites are famous for. Looks like there's a page skipped here. This is the only kind of uncommon material they held in high regard. Ancient Thelyssy was a type of great innovation in metallurgy, which produced many unusual alloys and techniques of craftsmanship. White gold and mixes of rare precious metals may have been greatly sought after. Some of these metals were highly fragile, and much of the metalwork has not been preserved. These most precious adornments must have served as status symbols connected to the nobility, not occultism or mysticism. Earrings, necklaces, dress adornments, and other items of jewelry must have had a great cultural and personal importance, judging by translated writings from that era. Ancient Isa might be known for its great canals, but beyond that, the Isai had more than a few notable innovations in irrigation and agriculture. It is presumed that their sophisticated canals and hydraulic engineering are what made it possible for this civilization to flourish in such a dry and hot climate. Clay tablets found at a dig site near modern-day Joker contain the oldest known examples of a lunar farming calendar, showing the Isa may have tracked moon phases to optimize crop cycles. The excavations of these irrigation systems might be the most obvious source of all the sandstone that the Isai used in their construction, and may explain why so many Isa constructions are made from that specific type of stone, given the abundance of the necessary material in the region. Recent archaeological discoveries have identified various stone constructions found in central Atlay are very likely used in Berengian ritual practices as altars. Given our understanding of their metalworking practices, some experts have surmised that these altars might have played a role in the Berengian superstitious process of strengthening their weapons by infusing them with powers focused from the stars. This aligns with accounts of other Berengian ritual and sacrificial practices. Joker, bro, was the society. But there is, of course, no evidence of the Berengians achieving any military advantage in the region, so historians have concluded these legends have no basis in fact. Limshanese burials. The ruins uncovered in those cold mountainous regions have helped shed some light on a few ancient burial customs of the Limshanese, based on the archiments discovered in those dusty tombs. It's easy to think of the terracotta-encased archiments from Xi'an when we hear that word, but the cultures of Limshan had a more unconventional method of preserving their honored dead. Similar to other culture groups from their continent, the Limshanese preserved the dead by wrapping their bodily remains in linen bandages and laying them to rest in a cold chamber which kept the bodies intact for a long time. Not all bodies were buried in this way, of course, as it would not have been feasible to construct catacombs and sarcophagi for so many people. In those regions, many bodies have been found buried under the ice, which itself raises... Okay. The Limshanese burial part is notable, I think. Here's one of those sigils on the wall in the janitor's closet. Here's that Malign vase, which is apparently both from a protected culture, cultural heritage, and fragile, which makes sense. These are emissive thelyssite jewelry. Dress trinkets, enameled copper, silver, tin, gemstones. Yeah, these are valuable. All right, I'm understanding these classifications now. Right, the dagger was emissive. Oh, that might mean we can actually answer some notable questions for artifacts of interest. We think the bronze chalice is transmissive. Personally, I think that... Or no, there isn't a thing for the, Actually, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 3 more artifacts that aren't mentioned here. So we have the jewelry, figurines, shield, talisman, dagger, basin, mask, and sigil. What other artifacts are there? The red marble tablet, we're pretty sure has nothing to do with anything. We've got the bronze chalice. Thelyssite jewelry is up there. There doesn't seem to be anything about the sarcophagus. There is the Asa statue and the Limshanese mask. What do we know about that Limshanese mask? Not much. Let me ask someone about that. So let me see about this tablet. This is apparently protected cultural heritage. Many visitors think this burial mass was not actually intended to be placed in a grave or a tomb or a sarcophagus with the deceased. Masks like this have to do with the customs related to the preparation of the body and its funerary rites as it's displayed for others to mourn before it's buried. It's really honestly somewhat macabre, but that's the way it goes. I don't know if I've ever heard anyone point out anything strange about it. Carvings that they leave behind, right? Okay. So I think the burial mask was in the Limshanese exhibit. Let's take a look at it. There it is. One's purple, which meant... What did that one mean? Purple was... I think that one was susceptible to environmental damage. Sorry. No mention of limestone here. Or here. I think that this burial mask is probably not notable. And we're probably missing something as well because it's grayed out. Game doesn't think we can do it yet. Oh, right, that's the women's bathroom. Have Dr. Hess's stuff. He's researching Hairson culture. Cavershaw wants Hess to stop digging into the unusual shit. Covered in dust. Dusty but clearly still used. Dense fruity aroma. Cup of tea with a lipstick mark. Gone cold, but appears to be fresh. Tea bag is labeled lavender. Okay. This is our book on the classifications. Oh? Hello? Oh shit! Security key. Okay, do we have any more sigils? Soap. Junk and broken utilities. Sealed old boxes. Debris. Okay. Alright, a security key is huge, actually. Can't believe I missed that. I see Long Snake. Oh, hello, Paint. Ah. This reminds me of the long man commercials. You know those. That's actually my stretch redeem. Hold on. And stretching Long Snake. Ah. Alrighty. Long snake. But yes, hi, welcome in, Paint. Good to see you. Okay. What do we got here? A heavily worn hat. A faded nameplate. Swan. Preston. And Rupert. Apparently something buzzing is coming from Rupert's. Mr. Preston, let this note serve to inform you that your dedication to your work has been acknowledged and commended. Not only did you take it upon yourself to pick up more shifts than this last month than any of your colleagues, but you have done so this month as well. This should serve as a reminder that while you... something. 2 large cartons of warm takeout food. Paperwork. Junk. The March 2180 issue of Kitties and Titties. I see. My tobacco went missing. If any of you find it or know anything, I want you to say so before things get heated. Another key labeled basement. We already have that one. I can't do storage duty since my back gave out. Stop asking me to do it. Someone else will have to do it or I might end up in a hospital. This is my health we're talking about. One of you will have to step up next month. I can't do it again. Suck it up, Nidal. Ah, okay. This is the security office. This is probably the schedule for the security guards, which, why would that be notable? Is notable because we can learn who was on security duty the night that the assault happened. Okay. Got it. So, Nidal is one of them. Swan, we know. Preston and Rupert. Preston was the security guard that was here before. This is Rupert. Right. So Swan and Rupert, we know. That means the missing ones are Preston and Nidal. See if we can get any information from Rupert. He's been a bit more cooperative. He's one of the guards, sure. Okay, yes. Confirmation. Those are the 4 guards. So, Preston... This last month, okay. 25/10/84. So that's got to be... We're still using the familiar months. So the 10th month is October. Someone took more shifts this last month than any of their colleagues, just in general. That would be Mr. Preston. Also this month. So this month would be October. So as of the 25th. Just going by this little slice of the 25th, B2 took 5 shifts. 7 shifts. 8 shifts. 7 shifts. Let's see if that pattern continues into November. 6, 1, 2, or actually, first off, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, A2 does seem to be taking the most shifts overall. Assuming that all of these are shifts, which I think they are. Just because, like, okay. These are security guard shifts, right? I don't think any of these symbols mean... Let's see what they could mean. Day shift, night shift, 24-hour shift, vacation, sick leave, storage duty. We only have 3 symbols here, and I don't think that vacation and sick leave... If anything, vacation or sick leave is the slash. But both X and O seem way too common, right? Like, if we're looking at B1 here, let's say that B1 was vacation or sick leave. Or the O is vacation or sick leave. That would mean B1 has been either sick or on vacation, like, the entire time. And this is for a security guard job. You can't really, like, not have that do its thing. You need a security guard. So I think X or O are actual shifts. Day, night, or 24-hour. So I think we're safe to count both of those things. Even if I don't count the slash, for the month of October at least, A2's beating out everyone. As for November, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep, still beating everyone out. So I think A2 has gotta be Preston. Jack Rubert. Guard, can't you tell by the uniform? The fact that he's here now implies that he's got the night shift today. What day is it? That's something I think we can tell by the newspaper, right? Oh, wait. It's November 6th. Oh, we can probably tell that just by looking at what the most recent thing is. No, wait, they're going off into the future. Okay. So November 6th, B1 is O and B2 is X. Which means that I think A1's gotta be Nidal. B1 and B2 have gotta be Rubert and Swan. We already know A2 is Preston, so Nidal is A1. Now, okay. What was that thing that Nidal said. Okay, can't do storage duty since my back gave out. Stop asking me to do it. Someone will have to do it or I might end up in a hospital. One of you will have to step up next month. I can't do it again. Well, it looks like Nidal is still going to be doing storage duty on the 10th. Assuming that slash is storage duty. I just realized that that's a wild assumption. I think that said, I think I do recognize this writing. Let me check something. Sir, I'm again writing about the shifts. I fail to understand why Rupert is taking all the night shifts that I'm supposed to be having. I keep only having day shifts, which I would appreciate if I got my share of the night shifts as it's supposed to be, if it's possible. Okay. So, that's the same writing. We know that swirly writing is Nidal. So Nidal also is getting all day shifts. Let's double check that. Rupert's apparently getting all the night shifts. Yep, it does look like Nidal over the last month and this month has exactly one night shift in 2 days. I'm gonna make this guess. I think that Jack Rupert is here. Nick Swan is here. I made an assumption again. I'm just gonna... Hold on. Day shift, night shift, storage duty. Yes! Okay. My intuition was right. Yes, Jack Rupert was on night shift on the day of the attack. Which means... Huh. Okay, interesting. He's either directly involved, or Joseph or Dominic were directly involved. I suspect Dominic is involved. Oh, hold on. It looks like my, looks like my DoorDash got here. I'll be right back. I'm back. Oh dear. I have been watered and stretched by Bippy. Hold on, Bippy. Let me just, watered and stretched. Long snake. Ah. Thank you for the care package, Bippy. Hello. Right. Let me just get settled back in real quick. Okay. Okay. Snack has been bipped. Yeah. Alright. So we know that Rupert's been on night shift for a while. He's apparently hoovering up all of the night shifts. That's interesting. I'll be direct. I know that you were on shift during the night, and I know that something was going on inside the building. I only need to know if you saw anything. Whoa, okay. Did Straum or Cavershaw explain it? Yeah, I had my shift. Ask away, but I don't know much. What do you remember about that night? Anything out of the ordinary? Typo there. I was sitting in the room and enjoying my meal, minding my business. How long were you in there? Whole shift until then. It's a long meal, alright? Out of nowhere, then Cavershaw barges in and wants me to do a few patrols around the building. He, didn't tell me much. I gathered someone snuck into the grounds. I took a look around there too, just to be sure. Nothing out of the ordinary. Place is deserted at the time anyway. I think Mr. Shanks was still here. I saw him turning a corner off to somewhere. Okay, I think I've got it. So, there are 5 people who are apparently present. Shelley Clarkson herself, the victim of all this. Joseph Hess as a witness. Dominic Cavershaw, we know, was there. Apparently, Mr. Shanks was there. And now, Jack Rubert. And I believe... Let me check something over again. Ah! We won! Alright, are we solving the case, gamer? I'm pretty close, actually, to figuring some big things out. I just got information, really important information, from from the security guard on the night shift during last night's attack. And I need to talk to Cavershaw here about something. It's true, I was here. I was working in my office for some time. I surmise it must have been past 8. I was alerted by a sound. It might have been a scream, but I can't be sure. Regardless, I decided to alert the night guard. In the main hall, I came upon Dr. Hess as I was coming down the stairs. He approached from the main entrance, you see. What he was doing at the museum at that hour, I cannot say. I was unaware he was still on the premises past his work hours. We spoke briefly of what had happened, and he proceeded upstairs. Then I found and sent the guard to inspect the building and grounds. Dr. Hess left soon after. We discovered nothing more about the incident. Till what time do you work? Till as late as my work demands. Okay. I bet Viking has the biggest ideas. I've got some ideas. It was him, he did. I'm actually thinking very much the same. So here's my thought right now, right? Okay. Hess here, he's acting very cooperatively, which fits the fact that he says he was just a witness. His story makes sense to me. And I believe that, the whole thing about him staying late, I think that that's easily explainable by the fact that he was looking into stuff in the museum that the administration didn't want him looking into. Specifically, he was researching these Durkian figurines. So him staying late to do that without the administration watching him makes perfect sense. I think that that is a completely valid assessment of his motives, and I am not that suspicious of him. Cavershaw definitely seems to be pushing me towards the idea that it was him. We know, also, that Cavershaw sent a letter. It has come to the attention of the management that you have gone ahead with your intentions to access and examine the more sensitive subset of our collections without any prior clearance from your superiors. The artifacts that you have taken upon yourself to examine are far too precious and potentially harmful to be mishandled. This is your one and only written warning to stop digging into the more unusual artifacts labeled unsafe to handle. Permission and consultation should always be first requested from management. Signed, Dr. Cavershaw. So when Cavershaw says that he has no idea what Hess could be doing working that late, I think he knows quite well what Hess was up to, and he's lying about it. And it's also, I think, suspicious that Cavershaw not only has what seems to be an interest in preventing Dr. Hess from examining some of the artifacts in the museum, but also Cavershaw keeps this artifact just in his personal office, an artifact that we know TI-96 is transmissive and possibly an object of power. I think this guy's hoarding enhancer artifacts, which means I think that he is what we would call a mind reach. They seem to seek out artifacts that have psychic effects and functions as a way to increase the potency of their power. Objects functionally connected to rituals. So I think that Cavershaw is our mind reach. we were also able to go into Cavershaw's office earlier, and he talks about having a mountain of paperwork that he still needs to get to, but if I'm remembering correctly, wasn't actually a lot on his desk. So yeah, I think Cavershaw's a liar. As for Shanks, we apparently know from the guard's testimony that Mr. Shanks was also here that night. For some reason. Don't know why the janitor would be here when he doesn't seem to work nights, considering he's already gone home in the evening, which is right now. So, what's the deal with him? Well, there's a picture in the museum director's office. Right over here. Framed photograph of the museum staff dated May 2, 153. One person in it bears an exact resemblance to Mr. Shanks. So, the current date is 6 November 2184. So, it's been 31 years since that picture was taken, I think. I'm not entirely sure how they measure time, but I'm pretty sure that 184 is 31 years later than 153. So, we have an identical image of Mr. Shanks looking just like he does now in that old picture. Now, I did bring this up to Mr. Shanks, and he said that that was his dad, and that he took over the job after his dad quit. Possibly died, I don't know. I don't remember that specifically. Our character commented that, you know, museum janitor generally isn't a dynastic position, and Shanks kind of shrugged it off. So, that's the evidence. Shanks' testimony says that guy in photo is, in fact, his dad. And that's why there's a photo of him looking the same age 31 years ago. Here's my other evidence. Janitor's closet has these symbols in it. Those symbols are Veden symbols. Veden being a effectively paganism in this universe. Heavily associated with the occult. Now, specifically, the Veden Carnid, or Tralfavid, are humans who prolong their lives through ritual practices involving the consumption of human meat as a way to absorb vitality. Custom dictates that a victim must come to a Tralfavid's sacred ground through no use of force to be an acceptable offering. But mind control would not be force in this case. Can't reverse age, only hold it in place. As Tralfavid's age increases, the rate of aging becomes more severe, requiring regular consumption of human meat to ward off the decay. Paleness of the skin and hair turning white. Let me check something. I can't tell if he has strands of white hair in there, but okay. We've got him in that picture looking the same as he does now 31 years ago, if we assume that that's him and not his dad. We have Veden symbols in the janitor's closet. We have a secret door in the janitor's closet that leads straight into not only the site of the spot where apparently something broke out of the sarcophagus with footsteps going straight to it, but also a way down to the basement here, which there's a lot of creepy shit in the basement. We have evidence of expensive shoes being burned in the incinerator. A note from Dr. Cavershaw talking about mixing in silicon dust to conceal the smell of ashes, possibly meant to, when it comes to concealing the smell, right? That's possibly intended to conceal the smell of, like, dead bodies. We have rope with dried blood on it, as if someone was tied up. Collection of clippings and posters reporting missing persons in the area going back decades, say 31 years. I think that's a fair assumption for decades. We have this weird chiseled stone basin that has no dust on it, implying that it's being used regularly despite being down here in the basement. It's not listed on anything that the museum actually has. More of these Veden symbols, and a collection of documents on Shelley Clarkson, the person who has never come to this museum before last night, and was attacked after coming to said museum. And this is all in a place that can be easily accessed by the janitor. I think what's going on is that Dr. Cavershaw is a mind reach who can mentally enslave people in some way using psychic abilities probably related to this basin. Either that or it's the chalice. It's something along those lines. He's working with Mr. Shanks, who is a Veden Carnid, or a Trauthavide, who is effectively kidnapping people and then eating them to live forever. And now I find out, according to the security guard's testimony, and it matches the testimony of every other person I've talked to about this, that the people who were there on the night of the incident were, aside from Shelley Clarkson herself, Joseph Hess, Dominic Cavershaw, Mr. Shanks, and Jack Rubert. I've already explained why I think Joseph Hess is very likely innocent. There's a possibility that Rubert is up to something, because it is true that it's a little bit suspicious that he's taking all of the night shifts. But honestly, I mean, he's got 2 cartons of takeout food here. He seems to be someone who enjoys eating a lot. And this matches with his testimony about just sitting in his security office, not doing any patrols, and eating for his entire shift. So I think he's genuinely just lazy. He also, I think, notes that he had that problem with Rupert in the other note, and Nidell has this note where he talks about not wanting to do storage duty anymore, and then someone else writes, "Suck it up, Nidell," and the other person the same person seems to have written, it's the same handwriting as, "My tobacco went missing. If any of you find it or know anything, I want you to say so before things get heated." I think that this is probably Rupert's writing. I think Rupert and Nidell have some kind of rivalry. Yeah, okay. Apparently there's a barely audible buzzing sound coming from inside his locker. But yeah, I think I'm pretty certain about my conclusions here. Snecko Sleuth. Now, that's all, however, just for the first one. I should also probably... Okay. Did Shelley's alleged attacker have a human form and mind? Oh, right, there was something else I wanted to do. Hold on. I did discover, at some point, that, you could take samples of certain materials that you found. I took samples of soil from the grounds and dry petals around the place. What I didn't think to do last time was try this. No, that's the cotton. Where was the chalky residue? Yes, okay, a sample of the chalky residue. I don't think we'll be coming back. We can't just leave it hanging like that now. Still thinking about it. Okay. Ghosts. I think it's more likely it's just silicon dust. There's something about it. I just don't know. Alright, let's give this a shot. I'm gonna go test that residue. Okay. Trace levels of disruptive currents on the petals. Nothing for the soil. Nothing for the residue. We're pretty sure it's silicon dust. Which makes sense. Basically, it's ashes mixed with silicon dust. It doesn't smell like ashes, but that's because of the silicon dust being mixed into it. The idea being to make it not smell like ashes, and to make it clear they're not burning people's corpses. Which probably is there to get rid of the bones after Mr. Shanks is done eating them. Scent. No reaction to the scent, okay. another couple vials, in case we find anything else we want to take a sample of. Rust. No, that doesn't make sense. Oh, wait, I didn't realize the hedge was deformed here. Interesting. Weeks old dried blood. Can I take a sample of this? No, too old and dried to be any use. Soil from the museum grounds, soil from the South Hall. I can get. Okay, good to know. More of that chalky residue. We might be sprinkling it onto the flowers for some reason. From the reader. Picking up a some scent but can't get a lead. Okay. Okay, we got something there. Already have a sample, so it's definitely the same as this chalky residue. Ooh. So yeah, it's definitely ashes mixed with silicon dust. Which makes me think they are in fact burning bodies. Sorry. Where the dagger is. Laura here some questions. No, that's a guard, but I don't run into him almost ever, actually. That makes sense. He's night shift, usually. There's Pessis Recluse. Professor Whistler. Everyone talks about him. He forgets his stuff everywhere all the time. It's kind of embarrassing. Dale's fine. How do you know him? He works here? Sure, he's a guide. Okay, so there's a Dale Morset. I don't remember where I learned about him. Oh, just thank gods he's not on shift today. Don't get me started. He spends his whole day glued to the counter, blabbering about his life this and his vacation that. The guard? You missed him. He was here yesterday. By the way, he might be hiding packets of peanuts in the wood panel stands. At least I heard. Hasn't heard about Horner. There's this old lady. She's in the administration, whatever that means. Don't expect to see her around. Okay, yeah, we know that Strickholt's the administrator. I've seen her before. So I think I read past her at least 100 times. He's always asking these questions, kind of like you, actually. Talk about him all the time. I think he used to run things here. Right. So Blakefield's the old director, as I recall. Is there anything I missed in security? This key, but this is just a duplicate key of one I already have. Wonder if Whistler knows any of the other people. Needell? Needell. I knew a Needell in the university. Listen, boy, I'm not good with names, alright? Alright. Haven't seen Carol since last week, actually. Does the old bag work one day in the whole week? Okay, so Carol Strickholt. Yes, I remember him. Not sure what his work was about. Oh, right. I wanted to ask about the Limshanese mask. Burial mask? What is that paint made from? Okay. Whereabouts at the time? Laura Blanche was at the main entrance. Straum and Clarkson were in the director's office. Whistler hasn't moved from study room A. There was that meeting in museum records. We don't know who was at the meeting. Try something different. Let's assume like any of the okay, so that's the where it happened. So it'll be right outside this window. More of those flower petals, the bitter bloom. Oh, hello. Recently broken bench. Huh. I never noticed that before. What is the deal with that? Dog. Yeah, that's Vigo. That's our dog. We love him. I'm not seeing much evidence that anyone's actually left this museum. Wait, hold on. Filthy footprints. Do have those weird sculptures that I talked about last time as a potential Veden thing. I am having trouble figuring out where the heck I'm supposed to even be searching next. I feel like I've almost covered all of my bases, but there's definitely still some big mysteries and things that feel like, you know, they should be... Oh, right, a map of the museum. I can, like, look at this in more detail? Yeah, the thing with Shelly is definitely real. That's pretty much undeniable at this point. Give me a second. Oh, Copper, can you pet the dog? Sorry, I missed that. I don't think you can explicitly, like, pet him, but he is our dog, and when you interact with him, you'll get a little, Vigo appears alert, and you can use him to sniff stuff out. Like, let me check something. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me see. This is not enough for a sample. Damn. Zero out of 10 cannot pet dog. I assume we pet the dog sometimes. Get a better idea once again of where everyone was during the incident. Hey, Hess. We had a meeting in the museum records. They called it out of nowhere. Was aimless and unneeded. Reason to think your museum curator and that woman Mays were there. Can you confirm that much? Yes. Dr. Cavishar called the meeting and Mrs. Mays was there too. We were interrupted by the guard. Okay. So. Whereabouts at the time? We now know that apparently Mrs. Mays and Joseph Hess were at the records. I don't think anyone was in the curator's office. I suspect that there's nobody there. Professor Whistler coming out of the men's bathroom. Okay. That's new. So says that he's just been here, but I... Hello, what? Handkerchief with the initials GW embroidered on it. Okay, Whistler, were you in the bathroom? Is this yours by any chance? What? Oh, that's fantastic. I knew it was here somewhere. I found it in the men's room. Oh, yes, that sounds right. Okay, so that does confirm that at the time... Whistler wasn't in study room A, but was very likely in the men's room. It's likely nobody was in study room A. There is something I am wondering. These all say this toilet hasn't been cleaned in a while, but this toilet just doesn't have an examine text. Is that something, or am I just imagining shit? I don't know if this space is normal. It feels weird to me. Like... Oh my god, there's a seam. There is a very slight fucking seam right there. 1 second. Oh my god. I see. Yeah, okay, you can use the floor plan to fucking open up secret doors. What in the hell? Candle. And it connects to the fucking janitor's closet. Children's books. I found writings on stone cones. There must have been a grand count of them at some time, but I have not seen them here. Perhaps on the continent. According the books, they were seen less and less as the centuries went on. I will need to look after the rumors and write to the brethren of the lands, if they still remain. I ask myself if there's a way to find an older talisman that is still intact. Since I began pointing out some artifacts that could be of interest, Cavershaw has taken a more active role in bringing them in. The examining of that Issa statue has led us to nothing of use on value. Either the sources were false or this one is an exception. The statue seems unremarkable in every way. Okay. Okay, this is a pretty smoking gun. You know what? I'm gonna say Dominic Cavershaw was directly involved. And you know what else? I'm willing to go ahead with my theory. I think, yeah! With the persons responsible now known, this should help in making some sense of what happened within the events of this scene. Confronting them with this knowledge could point the way to a resolution, but it should be best to try to discover and confirm as much as possible before then. Okay. So, Cavershaw and Shanks, like I thought. Still can't figure out what I'm supposed to use as evidence for that one. Chalice is an enhancer artifact. Asa statue might be a missive. I don't want to guess too much at that, though. else that it looks like there could be like a secret door of some sort? There. Alright, Cavershaw. I have reason to believe there was a staff meeting and you were there. So, very well. Yes, there was a meeting held in the museum records. That's about as much as I can openly share. The matters that we discussed concern only ourselves. Can you confirm Rose was present? This guy is so fucking obstructive. Suppose that makes sense. We now know pretty much for a fact, due to the game mechanics, that he's involved. I know there was a meeting called and it took place in the museum records. I have reason to believe you were there. That is accurate, sir. Can you confirm who was there? I can't disclose that, sir. I have to insist the details of the meeting are for staff only. Yeah, it looks like Hess is the only one who's willing to talk. Wait, hold on. That mask. under light blue. That's emissive, not transmissive. I'll put that tentatively under there. Wait. Might be simpler than I thought. Picking up a scent that leads towards the basement. Okay. So someone was out here near Vigo. Went to the basement. pretty sure that Shanks is... I shouldn't do that without a good reason. Okay. Weirdly empty space here. Let me check something. Nope, nothing out of the ordinary. Okay, this must be that door. We know what's there. That hall's closed for the season. Number of locked doors. those bits of cotton? Can I get a sample of those? Yes. Okay. Nothing on the reader. What about Vigo? Picking some scent but can't get a lead. Okay. Vigo vibe check. Yeah. There might be more about these in the library. Index cards. Need to shift myself a little bit. Oof. that is right there. That little dot thingy, that little stroke in the middle, apparently means that's some kind of verb. Just looking through all of my notes again. It's not enough for a sample. Oh. Okay, imprint of a shoe. Can I do that? Might be able to compare it. Hold on a second. Oh my god, there's a thing. Hold on. What the shit? There's a secret passage between the study hall and this random office? What even is this? Whistler's office, okay. What the heck? Donald Blakefield, Director of Operations. Okay, I'm gonna need to start hunting for these things. Oh! Scathe the hungry mind. Okay, yeah. The basin is for luring. Scathe the hungry mind. Arrive you where you are beckoned. Mind is called to a place. The years of search have not given much, but this can be done through the means of the basin and the bitter blooms that give it power. A way to call a mind and thus to lure one to where I demand. The place of power is found at last. I have known this one for some time, but the true intention escapes the understanding. I fail to see its purpose or what it points towards. Could it be a record of another artifact of means? Reawaken the strength within and bring forth your purpose. The power sleeps, but it is strong. As we take the bitter blooms, bring them to the soapstone vessel, and chant the words, the effects can be plainly seen. It was exact as the tablet spoke of, and now with this basin, I am in possession of a way to both draw the power out and channel it for my purposes. It ensnares the target and brings it forth so that the person can be taken and making use of. 342-279-352. figurines, Durkian polished wood. The figurines are explained more from within. It is strongly suspected that the wood might be leaving barely detectable trace elements. Okay, okay. The museum records thing bugs me because I remember getting into a situation in my other save file where I was asking Hess about the museum records, but he didn't want to give the thing to me. But when I did the same sequence of events, where I asked him about, where he was, I instead just got, better not. And I'm wondering if that means... Because I also got into a discussion with, Rupert. He refused to say if he was on duty last night. So I wonder if... I'm pretty sure I tried this ring of keys on every door down here, but let me try it again. What? Are you... Okay, apparently I just didn't try that fucking key. You know what? It's because it doesn't work on any of the other doors here. Just museum records, apparently. Or records archive, I guess. rusty toolbox. No dust on the surface. Odds and ends, a note, and a key. Change the light bulb in the storage. Heat detector in one of the north rooms broke open. Why'd they keep opening? Get replacement parts for drawer mechanism. Oh, those things are heat detectors! Wait! Screws, hinges, light bulb, blue pen, wooden tool handle. Alright, let me try something. I think these things are the heat detectors, but what do I do with them? Those. Okay, it is a heat detector. Empty crates. Full of red flower blossoms. Okay, what the fuck? What? Oh, I am being stretched and watered. Prettiest and smartest snack. I don't feel smart right now. I'm kind of blindly groping around in the dark. Stretch! Groping Ayo? Yeah. I'm pretty sure... Actually, I'm completely sure I know who did it, but I'm trying to find as much evidence as I can. Thanks for the water. Right. Red blossoms. Thank you. Oh god, this again. Okay. Scribbles, yeah. Did that get added to the thing? Hold on. Yep, it did. Okay. Got a little, It almost looks like a little, squatting down figure. It's got the verb things on it. Bippy is so loved. Yes, we love Bippy. Okay. So, the squat down symbol is on both of these. Arrive you where you are beckoned. So one of the verbs here, probably to arrive or to beckon. The place of power is found at last. Well, this bit is the same. So that broadly means come forth. Uh, okay, the Y is knowledge. Head, knowledge, grant. Okay, so that little, Necronomicon. That little, like, archway with the two lines is the verb form of it means grant basically. That triangle, I swear I've seen that. Those are all protection runes. Ah. Okay. Place of power is found at last. Wait, hold on. No, 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 no. Bring forth. Ah! Okay, I can now talk about these fucking flower petals to people. Let's go back to where M mentioned that secret passage thing. Yeah, there's a fairly empty wall here. I fucking see it. Bingo. Still cannot find any use out of the wooden figurines. I suspect there could be some old remains and things still buried under the woods. Nothing's been found in some 60 years, and I haven't a notion where else to look. The city might have given it up already. I found the disc and that tablet are made from the same stuff. That must have been written decades ago. Okay. Marl tends to be good for filling in people's names sometimes. The guards, old and the others near my age, was just here yesterday. Guards. Dale Morset was heavy blow for a while. Help works with finances, records, things of the sort. dangerous that is, I don't see how it interests us. Wouldn't flowers just wither in a few days? Wait. Oh my god, that's the maintenance key! Changed lock of storage room E6 like Cavashaw instructed. Really not sure what the point of it was. Old lock's in perfectly good condition, and the room's not used for anything anyways. Got 2 keys made, but boss says he only wants 1 key made, so there's no point in giving him this one. Should be put away with the other spares. Okay. Okay. That's something. Basement is practically a death trap with all those locked doors and the furnace and the still functioning gas system. Had the new heat detectors ordered and installed all over down there to make sure we don't have an accident that ends up costing someone's life. The heat detectors are sealed up, so I don't expect any tampering. Heating up the outside casing box does nothing since the sensor is inside the thing. It will only trigger and unlock the door if the room heats up to a very certain high temperature that only fire can cause. Seen the test at the place they're selling them, and they should be good to go. Yeah, okay, we knew about the heat sensors. But it's really, really good that we got this spare key. E5. E5. E7. E6. Oh my god! There it is! There's our human remains! That's the mummy. Okay, so... Crenshaw is the only one... Warm jacket filled with dried herbs. The way I understand it, there needs to be an offering of blood for the effects to come about. It doesn't serve my exact purpose, but what it does could be of some use. The next time I will bring it to see how well it works. I will need to have caution not to take back too much of the tiredness, lest something terrible and unforeseen comes to pass. The giving and receiving of fatigue to wake the mind. I see. I think that's Wake Mind. And you know what? I think something, knowledge, something. Arrive you where you are beckoned. The place of power is found at last. Reawaken the strength within and bring forth your purpose. Wait. So that's rebuild. I think that one is do again, kind of. So that's rebuild, which would mean... heck. That one there is awaken. Yeah, that makes sense. I think this might mean source of power. Let's say this last one means power. So wellspring power. Wellspring is also a source. But the place of power thing doesn't necessarily... What if it's not power? It's life. It's plentiful life. Okay. So that's grant something. Grant something. no one else redeemed first. I'm kind of surprised. Hello, Evangeline. There was something about something. Oh! I am being watered and stretched. And stretch. Long snake. Why is this game massively familiar to me? I think that it's just taking on the aesthetic of a lot of other older games. Something I remember about a tablet. Inscribed tablet, Lendasian, red marble. Mystery game I'd played, maybe that had an eye icon for when looking. Yeah, that's fairly common among mystery adventure games. Inscribed tablet, Lendasian. That's the one we know of. Nothing else about a tablet. Now for the older one. Here's our inscribed tablet, Lendasian. Nothing else about a tablet in here. I remember there was something down here, I think. Okay, back to resting. Have fun. I'm not sure it's going to have the tablet prove to be accurate, but it will need to be kept away from the bitter blue. For the bitter blues react strongly to it, same as the vessel. I've deemed it sufficient that the tablet be kept in plain sight. But better to have its culture altered, lest it draws unwelcome eyes. Best that it be left uncategorized and unmarked for most certainty. Okay, so there's a different tablet. Legion, Haveling, Limshinese, Croynan? another tablet beyond that big red marble one? Oh, hello. Engraved tablet, coin, and sandstone. Hold on. Maybe those flower petals that I picked up elsewhere were the wrong ones or inert or something. Let me try something out. Okay, these ones are fresh, whereas these ones are dry and old. Sorry. Now. In shivering and shifting when brought near the basin. Okay. Hello, mystery tablet. I think you're the one. Croynan. Do we know anything about Croynans? We know the Isai used a ton of sandstone, but nothing about the Croynans. Oh! There we go. Stone tablet. Maze. Croynan tablet. That one's from... Well, it must be from that collection from the early dynasties that we have plenty of exhibits from. That was all discovered centuries ago, and we know that some of those items were in the possession of the local aristocracy before they came here. Okay. Collection from the early Croynan dynasties. Possession of local aristocracy. Alright, Whistler. Sandstone tablet? I don't know if I... I told them already. It's not sandstone, it's soapstone. And if that's Croynan, then my grandmother's a shoelace. Nobody listens. 50 years in the field. What do I get? Okay, yeah, it's definitely not Croynan, and it's made of soapstone, not sandstone. Asian marble tablet. Now, why would you be interested in that? No, I'm talking about the small tablet in the West Halls, the Croynan one. That what business is that of yours? It's that it's such an insignificant exhibit, is all. So nothing unusual has been noticed about the tablet? When you ask these questions, I can only think of the red marble tablet. It's the exhibit most interested parties ask about the most. Yeah, you're a liar. Seem reliable. No, haven't noticed it. Okay. Looking through some stuff also gave me an idea of what to do in the records area. Okay. So. $714 BAA 149. A465. 46. Ceremonial dagger, Berengium, iron, bronze, and slate. According to the notes, the dagger was brought to the museum in the last few months. There's no mention of any unusual effects, but the dagger is noted to be lightly emitting some unexplained energy. What? Hold on. $761 CTB 51. A531. Okay, I guess they really just don't want us to care about that lantern. Ah, but wait. If the first row is actually along the bottom, then that means... Chalice! Early Westfish bronze. The notes describe the chalice has been found to leave trace elements on any soft material it touches. Okay, so it's transmissive. We know that much. Bajo 6. B78-5. So the B's are over here. 78. Mask is to be made from spruce. No mention of any unusual effects. Mask should be examined further. A55-2. So what actually is the difference between these two inventories? That's one thing I really want to know. First off, let's check numbers. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24, 27. There's 27 per page. The last page, 5. 26, that's what I was afraid of. There's one thing that's different. One. Alright, let me check this. Carved stone lantern Credimon. Luzrian, decorated vase, redware vase, ceramic urn, redware pot, ceremonial vessel. Hold on. Give me a second here. I am going to use my phone camera here to take a picture of this and compare it to the other one, just in case it's on that last page. Okay. Lantern, check. Vase, check. Redware vase, check. Ceramic urn, check. Pot vessel, check. Wait. 714 CTV 313 isn't here on the newer one. It's the one that says it goes straight from ceremonial vessel to ceramic vase and then ceramic vessel. There is no redware vessel that's early Wesrish. 714 CTV 313. B43-3. No, apparently fucking not. Ah. Ugh. I definitely think the shoe prints and the flowers indicate a human form and mind. Like, definitely not a ghost. They're leaving traces, but maybe it's that. Okay, maybe it's that I'm focusing too heavily on mind. Wait, there was a fingerprint on the. That's what it was. Shoe prints and flowers and broken sigil. Okay, hold on. Prior to the incident, Mr. Shanks and Dominic Cavershaw performed a ritual involving the chiseled basin. directly led to Shelley Clarkson coming to the Goddard Public Museum. I think that Mr. Shanks came upon Shelley Clarkson with the intention of consuming her. Interrupted when Joseph Hess did he scream? Yes, okay. It appears some certain persons from the Goddard Museum wanted Shelley Clarkson to make her way there, and the means through which this was accomplished ensured the risk was minimal. Something went wrong when a museum employee's unaccounted presence interrupted the plans which allowed these secretive events to come to light. Okay. This one I still think I don't have enough. Shot in the dark here. Is it these two again? Yeah, it's these two again. The person responsible now known should help them make some sense of what happened within the events of this scene. So yeah, okay. It's definitely Cavershaw and Shanks. Which makes me think that actually Shanks might not have been in the basement, but I'll check that. about these barrels, those chess statues, as possibly being representative of something beaten. Wait, what's with these? Out of season flowers, but also blue ones. Flower needs to be cut more precisely. Huh. He doesn't throw any flowers like that around, okay. Well, I think that's the arc reader. I wonder if, trace levels of disruptive currents, okay. This flower is actually important somehow. Hey, Marl? Blue Cantrilias. Those bloom in the summer. I've been growing them for years to have some color there in July and August. Any guess why exactly some of them are still blooming? Well, never struck me as important. I've no explanation. It's been happening for as long as I've been doing it. As long as they do their blooming in the summer, the rest don't bother me. Okay. Hold on. Hold the fucking phone. Okay. Windows. 1, 2, 3, 4. Turn. 4, 5. A bunch of those. And then turn. back up where we were. Okay. So going down. If God, I'm so lost down here. Let's try a different tactic. What if we ask some of the museum employees about the exhibits, even the ones we might not necessarily think would know about them? About it. Nothing interesting. Right, there was something really odd about that one. I just looked at it this one time, and the longer I looked, the worse my head got. Okay, we knew that part. Didn't like the look of it anyway. Don't know about the figures. Don't know which one was that. Nothing about the mask. Don't know about that. What about Laura? Do you know anything about the exhibits? why it's gone. I didn't know there was one in the first place. Hey, if you're really all about weird stuff from a million years ago, there's that carved stone bear head or whatever it is in the West Halls. Did you see that thing? Hold on. What? Oh my god. I have been trying to get this game to recognize that I wanted to learn more about that fucking ceremonial lantern for ages now. And it turns out I just had to talk to Laura about it for her to tell me that it's weird. I figured this out. Okay, Mrs. Mays, what can you tell me about this stupid lantern? Can't say there have been any unusual complaints by visitors. Only please refrain from touching it. It's been known to leave stains. Okay, so it's definitely transmissive, which admittedly we knew already, but that does mean something. Because yes, Artifacts of Interest is like this now, so okay. Crediman Lantern. Alrighty. Mask is somewhere in here. Whistler. Tell me about this lantern. Stone leaves chemical traces on anything it touches. Remind me not to handle with bare hands. Right, got it. Okay, so TH-331 is emissive. We've got the Thelyssite jewelry, the Durkian mask, more Thelyssite jewelry, missing anything. Why did I think the Dirkian mask was an enhancer artifact? I think it had something to do with the artifact type section. Mask plus ivory, ceramic, or spruce enhancer. Right, the Dirkian mask was made of spruce. So that suggests that that is an enhancer artifact. Which they all are emissive in addition to their other things. Okay. The enhancer artifacts are the dagger, the mask, and possibly the stone tablet. No, wait. I think the chalice is probably the enhancer. Right, and the tablet. The tablet, it has an effect with the bitter bloom, so that's emissive in some way. No, wait, the lantern. Hold on. I need to reread over this stuff. Okay, so objects of power are explicitly enhancer. And bronze only indicates no manual function. That's where I've got it wrong. Okay, so the lantern is actually an object of power and thus an enhancer artifact. Meanwhile, the bronze chalice... Aha! is transmissive only. It leaves magnetism behind. Okay. Thelyssite jewelry, stone tablet, Dirkian figures, engraved shield, Veden talisman, bronze chalice, ceremonial dagger, Dirkian mask, Credemon lantern, chiseled basin, broken sigil. Those are the only 2 instruments. And these are all connected to Vedens. So, Assault on the Knight's pretty much done. We've learned everything about this. This is still bugging me. This whole thing. I think only Martha Keene and William Broadtree were in the main hall. Oh! Got it! Okay. Martha Keene and William Broadtree were in the main hall. Nobody was in the curator's library. Whistler was in the second floor bathrooms. Vince Straum and Shelley Clarkson were in the director's office. Nobody was in study room A. That's because Whistler was in the bathroom. Cavershaw, Mays, and Hess were all in museum records. Laura Blanche was at the main entrance. Nick Swan was at the museum grounds. Morrow was in the basement. And that means that Mr. Shanks has nowhere else that he could be. Oh, I see. Either Martha Keene or William Broadtree was the first witness, I think. So a bunch of people stood here. Metal latches on the outside surface don't appear to have been damaged. Lot of force. I think dirt being spilled has to be like one of the first things that happen, since almost everything else we know about the scene is shown by the dirt. Possible that I think it was Mr. Shanks. I think that this was some kind of distraction. Why? I do think it was from the outside. And it was carefully because no one heard a noise. Dirt spilled, sarcophagus opened. That happens in that order. Carefully from the outside. So, okay. First, dirt is spilled all over the place. Then, oh, someone opened the sarcophagus. I think one person... One person dragged something over here. And another figure went out this way and pushed the thing over. Wait, okay. I think that all of this stuff actually happened later. I think this is not anything that happened at the time. This was between witnesses. I think there was never any more than one person doing all this. Hold on. Okay. Sarcophagus opened. We know that one. Dirt is spilled. Something dragged. Figure at window and figures gathered, I think, happened later, but I might be wrong about that. What if this is where figures... Face breaks. Figure walks outdoor. Figures gathered. Window. No? Okay, hold on. Okay. No, that's not it either. Fairly certain Martha Keene was the first witness, based on her testimony. Unless, wait, no, but Nick Swan maybe saw all of this. Looked out of the window, saw something outside, and then... But no, this guy wasn't in a hurry. So I think this does have to be something. Oh! Okay. Whoever's shoe prints were standing here earlier are different from the one we found in there. Okay, that's something. These ones clearer? No. What about these? Are these the same? Nothing clear. Okay, so some of those footprints are probably Broadtree. So, okay. The dirt was spilled first. That means that someone probably did it deliberately. And if they... Why would they do it deliberately? Probably so they could leave misleading footprints. That's probably what these are. I'm guessing that these are false footprints. So... Okay. Quote-unquote figure walks out door. Something is dragged. Vase is broken. Or possibly the other way around. Not that either. What the heck? Oh, motherfucker! Oh, I had to examine the... That's what it is. Okay. Dirt spilled. Sarcophagus is opened. They break the vase to create some noise. They drag off the remains through the secret passage in the wall. And at some point in the middle of all this, They put down some fake footprints. Using an expensive shoe they have lying around. Nick Swan is led on a bit of a wild goose chase. Chasing someone out through here and into the grounds. And the real culprit drags the mummified remains down into the basement and burns that expensive shoe. Shanks. Hook. Mummified remains and exit through a secret passage. What happened later outside? This incident most likely did not involve unnatural forces. I see. Okay, I understand how this all went. So, hello, I am Mr. Shanks. I want to create a distraction for all of this shit. So, going through my secret passage from my janitor's closet. I've brought up a sack of fertilizer. I spill the sack of fertilizer all over the place. Then, I open up the sarcophagus and take the mummified remains. I knock over, making sure both doors are closed. I use this shoe to make some tracks out of the place. Make it look like someone just got right up and walked out. Then I drag the body. I kind of nudge over the vase to break it and make everyone come to the scene. And I zoop through and close the secret passage. I drag the body down into here. Cavershaw gave me the key, so I just leave the mummy right here. Thick worn jacket, pockets are filled with dried herbs. Similar set of herbs to the ones that we found in Shanks's locker. Then I hear Marl down here somewhere. He assumes it must be me. So I just kind of skedaddle on out of here. Actually, would they be these shoes? have a lot of dry dirt on them. Nope, not matching shoe prints. Right. So I toss the shoe into the incinerator, which is somewhere around here. Doop-de-doo, toss shoe into incinerator. Then I get out of here. I throw that jacket over myself, and I skedaddle. I'm getting lost, but that's not Shanks. That's me. That's me getting lost because I'm dumb. I skedaddle on out of here. This is where someone sees me from the window, but luckily I disguised myself. So I start going out, but oh no, dog. There's a dog here, and if I remember correctly, the torn cloth was found right beside Vigo. Dog fucks with me a little bit. I get away. Run back around through here. I think I was probably trying to get away, but being seen by Nick Swan was probably a big fuck-up for me. So I come back in the back, hop down, one of these rooms through here, but I go back into my little tunnel network area, toss away the jacket, lock up the door, and then just kind of head back up as Mr. Shanks. And that's when everyone's starting to realize that, oh, something happened. I lost my chance to get away cleanly, but I then get away later by just leaving the building. Meanwhile, hi, I'm Nick Swan. I'm an asshole. I head into the room. Who did I say was the first person on the scene? Martha. I head into the room after Martha's looked in, Mr. Broadtree's taken some photos. I look out the window and I see that someone running off. Oh, no, you don't. I run after them. And I've just managed to miss them. Whoops. I think that's basically what happened. I might be getting some exact timings wrong, but that sounds to me like the best bet. What am I missing at this point? I guess just, total event overview. Or no, it's also the, eh. I'm also missing the runes. Which, I think there's probably some more, so let me look around for them. What's up with these flowers, anyway? Motherfucker. Okay, that one was protection. I remember that one. That one was protection. need to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Ah. This room bugs me. Why is there absolutely nothing here? Okay, that's knowledge rebuild. Or sorry, knowledge rebuild. No. Remember. That's the one. Remember is here. Then there's protection on the outside. There have been happier claims in the universe, but not many. Plentiful life, wake mind, come forth. We know those are correct. In basement crate room. That's give something. And that triangle is one of the words here. It's one of the words in the place of power is found at last. I'm gonna guess that triangle probably means power. We know that the merging Jesus fish on the popsicle stick is life. And that first one's wellspring. Then there's knowledge, return knowledge, basically, remember. Knowledge rebuild. Wake mind was the one on the sigil. Come forth is wall beside basin. I think this is something like give power. Yes! Now what? Is there more to do? The one criticism I have of this game is that it's really bad at telling you, like, when you're missing something or when you... like, what you need to be going towards. A lot of this stuff is very esoteric. And oftentimes, like, there's only one method that you can use to get to something important. Like with the Credaman Lantern, right? I was trying to get the game to acknowledge that lantern for a while, but it didn't ever end up really doing anything for me until I specifically talked to, what's-her-face about it. Laura. I had to talk to Laura, of all people, and she told me, oh yeah, that one thing is weird. And that gave me the ability to actually check out the one thing that was weird. And not me figuring out the classification system before that. On my way home, still here for the maligning of mysteries. This has that old game feel of being lost. Ever play Hexen? It's a Doom-like. I have played Hexen, yes. Not a ton. I might play that on the channel sometime. I do like boomer shooters. But, yeah, this is like... I mentioned before that this is kind of a fusion of old adventure games and the new style of mysteries. This reminds me of, like, the Laura Bow series in a lot of ways. And there are parts of these games that are just, like, very, very cryptic. I'm figuring it out, but... yeah. fighter. I understand most of the other ones, but I still don't understand what this is. Maybe the columns outside? I don't remember how many of those there were. Let me check that. Five and 6. Yeah, okay. Oh, come on. Are you... Oh god, another one of these. Transfer of source of power into... This grants power or draws power. Observe the descriptions of the lost process. They knew what it was and knew its workings, but none among them could replicate it. I have attempted to call upon it through the ritual of the water and commune with the elders, but to no avail. It is only through my discovery of a source of power potent enough that it has been made possible. Thus can mere men be drawn and beckoned as a flower beckons the honeybee. The ritual requires some preparation, but it has made this difficult endeavor stable and sure. Thus are channeled the powers of calling. The effects are awakened through... The vessel holds and unlocks the influence. The ritual is only possible through the source of power. Much is demanded. I have not located descriptions of other means of achieving the ritual's reach and effect. I will continue searching, but first there must also be a vessel as is required. If this were a simple task, its fruit would be much less sweet. Arrive you where you are beckoned, the mind is called to a place. It describes the process of leading a mind towards a place, but is this possible? There must be some way to make the place call and the mind to listen. Once they arrive, it has then been made possible to consume their life. Okay, yeah. basically what I think is going on here. Apparently some bits of this are wrong, but I think that that's a bunch of technicalities. That's way beyond my depth, man. You think some freak fortune to mess with anyone who stumbled onto that? Could be genuine, but then again, it could be unrelated to our concerns. Bit tacky. Used to order stuff like that delivered to Lionel, to tick him off, you know? What's the plan? Just poke it till it gets pissed and wakes up? If we can somehow confirm it has no readings, we know it has no unconventional origin or properties. Otherwise, we'll see. Alright, how do I go forward here? I want to tell someone that I think I figured it out. Oh, wait, hold on. I think I might have an idea. Hey, David. No motive I can assume from that. I'm without words, man. It's a much stranger outcome than anything we could have expected in a lot of ways. Did it walk in there and lock itself in and just fall asleep? Okay. Mr. Stroud. I think I might have a good idea what happened to your exhibit. I'll only need to confirm a few more things first. Splendid, my boy! I'll be glad to put this nonsense behind us. tried this a bunch of times. I swear to God, if it fails again... then I have completely lost any idea of what the hell I'm supposed to do. Because I'm pretty sure I've solved this. Come on! Game, what more do you want from me? I've solved all of your case sections. Am I just missing, like, a couple pieces of evidence that you want me to have before I progress things? Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead and see if I can find if I'm, like, missing a piece of evidence and where to find it. Because I straight up cannot figure out the way to progress. I think that I have to use this pry bar on Shanks' locker. But the game just will not let me. I am completely lost on what to do. Okay. .311 flowers. Marl, Laura Blanche, Swan, Strom, I never did check on Mrs. Mays's full name, did I? Is that even, like, remotely relevant, or... Robiette. Robiette Mays. Got the Felicite jewelry. Carved runes. Mr. Shanks, of course. Manga tablet. Ceremonial dagger. Mask. Dominic Cavershaw. Joseph Hess. Talisman. Bronze Chalice. Gregory Whistler. Jack Rupert. Broken Sigil. Preston. Nidell. Museum basement. Charred leather. S. Horner. Asa statue. Dale Morset. Staff photo. Engraved shield. Credaman lantern. Dusty manuscript. That's there. Blue flowers. Fied remains is somewhere. Cause of disturbance. Sarcophagus. Filthy footprints. Broken vase. No way. Apparently I could take a piece of this fucking thing to get a decayed bandage. There's another one here. Mask. Keen and broad tree. Face. Apparently I'm missing 2 completely unrecoverable pieces of evidence. Because Shanks and Swan disappeared before I could get them. Other than that... Okay. Ah! Okay, how the fuck am I supposed to get... How the fuck am I supposed to advance the story? I figured it out! Okay, apparently the answer is to go confront Crenshaw. Don't know why I would do that and not talk to Strom. But, well, Shanks is gone, so let's see here. Okay, how the hell do I confront him? Cannot make any claims that I know who could have been responsible. What do I do? I genuinely don't know what to do. I want to confront Crenshaw or Cavershaw. I genuinely do not know what to say. I'm gonna try and figure out what to do here, because this is not like a, oh, I need to figure this out thing. This is a, I just genuinely don't know what the game expects me to do thing. Okay, I looked at a video. This may actually just straight up be a bug of some sort, or maybe I screwed myself over earlier in the game. Because apparently, just upon talking to Cavershaw, I'm supposed to get the option to confront him. Hello, base. I am at the end of my rope. I really wanted to like this game, and I do, but whatever sequence of flags that I've managed to trip into is just driving me insane. Because I don't know what it will take for the game to let me decide that Cavershaw is the bad guy here. I filled out all the cases. I figured it out. Yeah. I genuinely think it might be a bug. Let me... Hold on. I saw, yes. A good lad. Okay. Alrighty. Thank you so much for coming, Base. It's always wonderful. And I remember you mentioned that you were thinking about joining us for the board games. If you do want to do that, go ahead and in the roles section of the Discord, make sure to give yourself the Serpent Warrior role. All right. Have a good evening. Mwah. Okay. Still be lurking. Hell yeah. Um. Okay, it looks like there might be an actual bug here. So, let me try something. God, I would have to go through so much again. Okay. Fuck it. Speed run. Okay. Start things off by getting through this whole bit. All right. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. We look around. Hey, there's dry flower petals. That's a thing. Alright, to make things faster on my second go-through, I'll mostly be doing all the same stuff I did, but I'm also going to be checking a guide. There is one on Steam, it looks like. I would like it to be known, I did figure it out. Okay. Hacker. And museum grounds. taking that document early. I'm really considering whether I should keep going. I've got so much to go through. I might want to do this off stream. I imagine it's going to be very boring for all of you. Not even going to be talking about much because I'm just so frustrated. Yeah, you know what? This isn't good for me. This is currently not all that good for me, and I'm going to wrap things up. I'd hoped to finish the game tonight, but, well, I ran into a bug. I will get back to basically where I was. Off stream sometime, and then I'll finish things up. I want to say, I do still broadly recommend this game. I think that it probably needs a little bit of work, because this bug is incredibly frustrating, and generally several of the flag sequences could be better. But in concept, game's great. I love the concept, and I was really engaged with it right up until I ended up realizing that the game simply would not let me do what I wanted to do, because it didn't think that my character knew things yet that I had really quite explicitly made clear that I did in fact know. I might file a bug report or something with the devs over this, because I would really hate for more people to be turned off of this game for the same reasons that I was, and not be able to look past it. Because this feels so frustrating, because I don't want to be that person, right? I don't want to be that person who nitpicks a game concept because of a bug, because bugs are inevitable. There's something that can't really be easily avoided in game development. But I don't know. I don't know. I see what you appreciate. Yeah, this is my favorite genre of game! And this is a new studio making their first thing, and it's great! It's so good! I have played Shadows of Doubt, yes. That's a good one. It's not quite the same sort of thing, because it's procedurally generated, but Shadows of Doubt is a real fun time waster. I have a copy of it somewhere on my Steam library. I'll probably reinstall it soon. I just don't want to dunk on this company's, like, first go-through, because it really is really good. I'm in a non-standard situation. I think that some things could be better signposted. I think that basically, the fact that Shanks leaves and Swan gets swapped out, if you do things in a specific order, should definitely be warned about. And I think that if there is a bug that makes it impossible to confront Cavershaw, that's something that really needs to get fixed, because that results in the game effectively being soft-locked, with the only way forward being to get the ending where you just leave. So yeah, I think that's my conclusion for this stream, is that these are polished things that larger studios wouldn't have missed or focus tested. Yeah. And I do not want to, like, unduly penalize... who are the people who made this game? I should actually be using their names. Or at least the name of the developer studio. Gameplay Supremacy. Gameplay Supremacy are effectively a brand new studio. This is their only game. And I do not want anyone to feel that... I don't want anyone from that studio to feel that they've done a bad job. They're probably not going to watch this, but just in case. They did so good. And I don't want anyone who, like, sees this in the future to be put off from this game by the... I suppose that anyone who's... anyone who's watched this entire stream up to this point probably would be... like, not buying it because I've spoiled the entire thing by playing it. This is a finished product, as far as I can tell. It is released. It probably can be patched. What I really want is, I want to see Gameplay Supremacy make another game. Possibly set in this universe, definitely with the same style. I think that this style, if refined, could make something really, really good. And I think that if you just made another game with the same engine, but just a new mystery with new writing, you could probably cut down significantly on, you know, the development time, and just have a really good engine for creating stories, you know? Creating really fun mystery stories. This is really, really solid, and it is an amazing start for a studio that I will absolutely be keeping my eye on. And I don't want my frustration with how this stream has turned out to color that. Yeah, like, imagine if this became, like, an entire series, like, you know, like, the old Laura Bow, Gabriel Knight, or even, like, the Nancy Drew games. I would love that! I would play all of them! I really cannot glaze these devs enough. And I'm doing this basically to make up for the fact that I've been vocally frustrated for the past hour at this game. Because that's not... that's not representative of my real feelings on the game. And, you know, normally I wouldn't feel like I have to make that kind of observation, but I, like, even if it's just a very small group of people, and even if it's like one or two people who see this on YouTube, right? I have technically a voice now. My opinions on games could sway someone, and I really, really don't want that to be any part of the reason for, like, any sort of negative attention coming to this, because I really do adore this game. Okay, I need to stop justifying myself, because I am... I will calm down. Off stream, I'm going to play through this again. And I'm going to try to get every single piece of case evidence and stop right before confronting Cavershaw. And then I'm going to go back for a third stream of this, and I will try to get it finished. But that's for another day. Thank you all so much for coming. I appreciate every single one of you. Thank you to Gameplay Supremacy for making this game. I'm sorry about how the last hour has gone. I really wish that I didn't run into this bug, because I really wanted to be able to show this game at its best. And let's see, who should I raid out to? You know what? The last time I streamed this, so Copper Dinosaur is there, but I've raided out to Copper Dinosaur plenty, and I tend to do so on Book of Hours nights. On the other hand, my friend Nico is playing Final Fantasy 14, looks like. And the last time I played this game on a Monday, I was so tired by the end that I just completely failed to remember to raid out to Nico. So I'm going to correct that right now. /raid Gato Kaiser. Thank you all so much for coming, and have a good night. In about 5 seconds. Good night. Love you all. And raid.